Namaskar, good morning. This is Suraj Singh speaking from Bharat, India to all my friends around globe on this day, July 13, 2020, in connection with daily talk, daily interaction regarding current situation of COVID-19, regarding engineering management and general management, regarding general issues or specifications and and contracts, FIDIC and miscellaneous, whatever it is. Conclusively, talking to you from my based on my experience, trying to get into your experience, what is expected, what is not expected, and always starting uniformly from COVID-19, dignified COVID-19, which is having top importance in world currently. COVID-19 having top you can say interest of world, and in that connection, and I let me give you little tentative program what we have to do. As usual, they open my file of applications, and this is as usual what I like to talk to you in this connection. And this is usually, I like to talk. What is this here? Go away. I just want to, SARS, SARS-2. Real name is SARS-2, but people call COVID-2. There's some confusion in nomination. Actually, this is SARS. This is severe acute respiratory syndrome. So this is number two, because number one has already gone. And this is COVID. CO stands for corona, and V stands for viral. I stands for infectious, and D stands for disease. And this is 19, which stands for 2019, and this is God's act. Somebody I consider God's act, or somebody may consider virus. This both virus is also God's act, and we say engineering management, organization, and human thing, thing. Total system, total systems, quality, and soil engineering. FIDIC 2017, red plus silver and yellow plus white. This tentatively, of course, certain specifications, etc., which of course we talk of, but in general, these are headlines, dailies we talk of, and we have to talk of SARS, 2, COVID 19, God's Act or virus, God's Act or virus, and then it is engineering, management, organization, and human thinking, total systems, quality, soil, soil engineering, FIDIC 7 2017, red plus silver plus yellow, white, all that. So this is what we plan to talk every day. Okay, let us say it's fine. Alright. Let us put it again on charge. I'll take only from home charge. Charge properly. Dear friends, we talk daily. We talk daily about COVID, which is very important one. I think that's most important one. COVID is most important for everybody. Should taken care of by everyone. It's COVID working on earth now, a point of concern for everyone. It is. It is because the question of survival, question of life and death. Even if you are saved, you may face problems in future, health-wise problems. It has many months now. It has been many months and isn't control of none. It's come into control of none. We may say, people may say, some countries may say it's in control. As Jordan says it's in control. Say no problem. You can't say anything. Many other countries say it's in control. But who's in control? They say COVID-19 is under control. And this is ridiculous, very frankly. How can you control when you don't know about that? Yes, you can control the precautionary basis only. You cannot say we control COVID-19. Facts remain that it's working again and again, again and again. England, you see how many cities, how many areas are back with corona. In America, you can say how many states have been affected. And even President Trump has started using masks, which he was hesitant to use. And you can South Africa again, it's coming. South Africa, you can see Palestine, there's lockdown again. Israel is in turmoil again. Ukraine to have safe, we tackled it, handled it very safe. Now, Israel in problem, Palestine in problem, South Africa in problem, England in problem, USA in problem, Bharat, India is in problem, many European countries in problem, Hong Kong in problem. So how can you say we have handled it? Yeah, it's by chance somewhere. It's not affecting good. It's not means it's not running on people, but maybe it's a big player. COVID-19, a big player of world. It knows how to tease people, how to harass them, embarrass them, and it's doing very nicely. I I don't understand people's mentality and political people mentality. Both are different. This is time that all world has to help each other. All countries have to help each other and think, in unison. Not that I am big and you are small. I am having money and you are not having money. Money would not help you if COVID works very fine, rapidly, efficiently. Your money got no value when you relate it to COVID and compare to COVID power. Your power is very limited. It affects everybody, and 8 billion people are under attack of COVID, and there are thousands of scientists and other qualified professionals who could not reach to root of this power. I should not say evil or something because that doesn't sit with me. Why should I say evil when I don't know this? Yes, it's a disease. It's affecting everybody. People, I think, from top level of politicians, for presidents to lowest rung of society, everywhere is affected by this. Affected badly, and nobody knows who can be positive in time. It happens. It happens, without any notice. And when there is variation everywhere, it's working very well, surprising all. So it is moral duty, it is a real public duty of governments and all those country that they should have certain restrictions on themselves and on country people. Question is it necessary to drink whiskey these days? Is it necessary to enjoy life these days? Questions people have to raise themselves. Why are you so hungry for entertainment? Why are you hungry for so traveling? Stay it where you are and do business from there. Why you want to do everything which you did not do for a couple of months? It's not digestible. It's not tenable connections. Why should I say it's okay you're doing? You're not doing right. You are becoming impatient because you cannot sit down history for 2 or 3 months. It's very if you are enjoying life, then you have to suffer from corona. That's also very important. Countries have no minds, you can say, in this turmoil time. England and America and Europe and many other countries are expected to be intelligent, but COVID has failed them entirely, very drastically. America is around per day officially 70,000 infections, and our Bharat, India is about 25 to 30,000 infections, 30,000 a day. And if it keeps like that, this means the 9 lakhs or 1 million monthly. Think of that. If it prospers like this, maybe it would be lakhs per month, many lakhs per month. And this may happen soon because people are careless, number one. Number two, they take everything very easily. Number two, and number three, because they are not very rich, they least bother. I interact with people. I find there is no use to interact with them because it's like you are in a forest and you are crying. Nobody is listening to your cries. It's like that. To cry in wilderness, and we can say that to play organ before a buffalo. We say this in Hindi. भैंस के सामने बीन बजाना. I think people behave like that, conduct like that, which is not which is not acceptable. People should be serious. People should show maturity. And if mature people behave like that, how you expect young generation of kids or adolescents or school going kids be disciplined? Remember in life, discipline is very important. When I was young, a cadet of National Cadet Corps, NCC, in my University of Polytechnic, and otherwise, we learned that meaning of NCC is discipline and unity. Using unity and discipline are both important for human being. Unity means you must stay without any frictions, follow one route, one destination, and discipline means whatever is decided should be applied without any variation, without any failure. And time must be valued. You may say energy must be valued. Punctuality regularly or systematic lead must be applied with. But it seems that whole world has gone off of that field. Punctuality doesn't exist. Nationalism doesn't exist anywhere. People have become, you can say, impacted in my minds, though they have not been infected by virus. Yes, minds are not working. Fertility of mind has gone. Discipline of mind has gone. And you can say integral approach has gone from all over world. I just got this morning today, July 12th, 13th, about England. There was some, you know, friction and some dispute between police and some youth, and clash there was, and police was beaten. It happens. Somewhere some happens, something happens. This is young generation is out of control, you can say, or young think old are not to that mark they should be. I think that may be the case, but young people don't listen. Here in our country also, it's have same thing. Means rather than being social, people have converted to politics for no reason. And people are not considering COVID 19. I am regretful stating that current government, NDA, or we call it Modi government, is not very serious about containment of COVID 19. They say only, but on ground it's not visible. Not visible because there is no adequate arrangement of testing facility. There is no adequate arrangement of hospitals, and those who have power of money, those who can afford, they can go to very expensive hospitals like Max, like Nanavati, or like so many top officials or top hospitals where only riches can go and poor cannot enter even. That situation exists, and it was duty of government to take over them under their control. But due to some reasons, the government is not interested in that. Government does not take care of people. That's also true. Just like England condoned people. England condoned COVID-19. America condoned COVID-19. We Bharat also condoned COVID-19, and also many people, many countries in Europe they condoned it. Even China condoned it. Hong Kong condoned it. So it's uniform condoning, but later they try and measure, which are now very good. No, it happened in China, Beijing, imposition, reimposition of lockdown. It happened in Bharat, in UP, reimposition of lockdown. Similarly, it's happened in England, many parts of England, reimposition of lockdown. Maybe locally, it happened and it's happening in Scotland and UK relation. That Scotland may orders it won't allow any travelers from England to Scotland. There are so many things, so many issues ongoing due to COVID. But what I have observed, main point of every country is money, wealth. That is very dangerous considerations means they are more interested everywhere in money, in wealth. You can see news from Gulf countries, you can see news from Middle East, Lebanon, Libya, Egypt, Jordan, Israel, all, no one limit. You can see news from Africa, you can see news from USA, you can see news from European Union, China, or all countries of Far East. You can see our country and Pakistan and others. I think economy is weight 85% and COVID is weight only 15%. Unfortunate situation. If people live, economy can be used. And if people don't live, what you do? Yeah, it's just in that case, economy go to does economy go to some good level, some creative level, or not at all? Those people who are rich, for them, economy is not a problem. It's problem for lowest class and both those who are middle class. We should think again what world is doing. People are moving freely. People are using their vehicles. People are thinking nothing has happened. It will all be normal because people never think critically. And unfortunately, COVID is teaching you to think critically. These people don't understand what COVID wants to let COVID do. COVID wants to change you to real life and not to dramatize life. COVID doesn't want that you spoil environment. COVID doesn't want that you spoil everything on earth. COVID wants something else. It's God sent actually. It's God sent when everybody fails. No electronic equipment help, no other equipment help, and we don't understand how to handle this. Early morning you sit down somewhere early morning and fire. And diva or mombatti or you can say candle. Then we say everything will be okay without thinking of anything. COVID is a given message to the whole world. You know, COVID also people are making business. Unfortunately, it's not possible to produce injection or other medicine until you know totality behind origination of the original how this disease came, how it generated. If you do not know with surety causes of this COVID-19, no one can answer through vaccines exactly what's required. That's my point. Means I'm really sorry to say public has been left to public's own mercy. When I don't feel happy with this, people are not using wearing masks, and I talked to them personally, and I had some disputes also with two or three persons yesterday. Because if I ask someone, some say okay, somebody receives talk, or what I must say, if you want to go to hospital, what do you mean, ma'am? Because they're not wearing masks. Certainly you'll go there if you don't control it. And someone started talking early morning, what nonsense you are talking this and that. What I'm saying is people do not want to listen also. So for 2 3 days I watched this, and then I registered one mail I registered sent to my city police, Faridabad police, and I sent mail yesterday regarding this issue as it's COVID-19 and careless people who are not using masks or something happens to have precaution. And I raised a question saying, the police commissioner, in this case, what actions you are going to take? How shall you handle this? Means you do it, whatever you want to do it, but people should not move here there with suspicion. That's a great point. If public is not in control, I know public is very big quantity, numbers. Public is in crores, but crores or billions, it doesn't make a difference if there's a law. Why? Why do they operate correctly? Because they impose heavy fines, and not only fines, they publish names and shames for those people formally. So it should happen here also. Okay, in UAE, fine is 3,000 grams, 3,000 grams individually if there is a violation of PBs. So why do we not impose that here as well? Okay, it's too much you can say, but by chance it's infected again. What should happen? So we have to take our care, nobody will view, and don't. I would say faith is also limited. We should not be say everything in faith. What we have to do, we have to do it. If we are not to do, we are not to do it. It's argue for me, for everybody. My purpose is to give a message to everybody that you are responsible for your own future. No one is responsible. This is what COVID says. Do not depend on government for everything because government is hopeless. Not only here, everywhere. We have hopeless governments in 2020, inefficient governments all over the world, including our government in India, Bharat, and not only government is inefficient, all other institutions too are inefficient. Forget them and do your job correctly. Well, I will not like to talk much on this now because I have to give some news which I given. I moved to management studies, management, which is management here as I said, management, quality, actually it is quality talk, management relation to quality, management's relation to quality, this is that talk. So I have written everything, civil engineering, project management, and all that. So I now come to original mode, original not duplicate, not hidden mode. I was hidden mode. Just that was only for indicative purpose. We should follow here, and no need in this room because it's completely closed room and there is no air in, nothing, just no risk here. But I just try to encourage people to do something which they are missing, and if they do is fine, otherwise they would suffer. I'm not going to suffer in their place. They should understand this point. Yesterday, some boy, young man, just had angry with me. He was, why are you telling me this in morning, this and that? Means, I was upset on that. Well, let him be upset. I least bother for that because question they are upset doesn't matter to me. It's like public service. If you tell people, because I know people do not do all that, but I want them to. But they should understand that it's now this injuring management, injuring management organization, man's thinking. Really, sometimes you feel upset. Sometimes you feel no. It's life. If anything happens here. So what happens? You have to move forward. In any case, and that's life. Corona doesn't stop your life, but it just warns everybody, and I think that's a good thing. It's warning everybody that don't be don't be crazy and understand, live with understanding. That's what it says. So management. I talk little on management every day. Maybe some of you agree, some may not agree what I say, but what I say is not from my thoughts. It's based on experience. It's based on calculations of mine based on experience. You can say whatever has been experienced in my life, I want to share with you. And if you move with that, I hope you'll get some benefit. If not entire benefit, some benefit. Because what we do we miss in life actually. What do we miss in life? That's an important point. We miss in life is determination. We miss in our life is determination. Determination means it's very difficult to determine. Determine means some you have to reach a conclusion based on input what you have, whatever type of input, and that input must be calibrated well in mind. Calibration doesn't need equipment, dial calibration, or machine informative mechanism. No, it's not that. Calibration, CLIBRATION. Why do we calibrate something? Do you know? Why do you calibrate equipment? Why do you calibrate machine performance? Everywhere you see these calibrations are available. These may be electronic calibrations or non-electronic. These are the, which means there's a procedure with given machine software. You have to do this. If this goes sorry, if this right comes, you gave this. Yeah, so senior to what I used to do that. Calibration means you mark you mark yourself what you want. You mark yourself what do you want. That is calibration. Calibration can be for liters, it can be for volume, it can be for weight, or it can be for something else. Calibrations give you tell you how many hours have gone and what production has come from. Calibration is life. Without calibration, you can't move. Remember, you cannot be sure what you are doing. You do not know you are doing an error or you are doing right. And where is calibration in human body? In human body, there is also calibration, which is actually unknown, which is seen by those who use that dial, that gaze. If you use, you will have good calibration in your life. And sometimes I just want to express my opinion in different mode because I have different meaning of calibration. Means something which is not known, which is not seen, but can be made effective. That is calibration, and it's linked to organization as well as management. It's linked to all those words, all those places, all those my affairs. I don't know how the others. You know, we say in our you know, our field, that is construction field and engineering field, do as much you can to learn more and more. We call CPD. You know what about this? C stands for continuous. P stands for professional, and D stands for development. This means CFD equals continuous professional development. That's main point to be understood. Continuous professional development. This means you are a professional yourself and you cannot stop somewhere in name of development. You cannot say I have done up to here and I don't want to take more information, more power, more downloads from books. I feel it feels very right. My dear friends, when I say engineering and continuous professional development, this tells a lot. This tells a lot in the sense that do not think that your engineering study is held when you pass engineering examination and graduate. It tells so many people that you are an engineer. People will understand differently, and there's very much doubt that life is very long. I should not stop when I leave university because when I left university in my engineering university or institution, whatever let's say, I left first institution that was polytechnic, then I left another institution that was institution of engineers. But we live somewhere and go somewhere else. It happens. Life is like that. But profession does not stop. Professional performance never stops. It starts after education is over, but education does not stop. Academics stop. When I say I passed diploma or I passed degree or I passed MEMTech or post graduation or doctorate or whatever you can say. As far as engineering is concerned, as far as engineering organization is concerned, where I say I passed university exams, that's academics only academics. It doesn't say that you are a competent person. People consider something that's hoax. What certificate says, I'm also not limited to that. No certificate says that you are an engineer. No certificate mandates that. See language of certificate. And I'm asking everybody, see language of certificates have seen accept certificate from Philippines. I've seen that they clearly write this person has all privileges to work and be called an engineer. That Philippines universities mandate like this. But you see all of the certificates in our country, institutions, no certificate claims that this bearer or this person who passed is an engineer or whatever engineer. They simply write Bachelor of Engineers, Bachelor of Engineering or Bachelor of Science in Engineering or Bachelor of Technology or Diploma in Engineering or you can say Master's degree in Engineering or Doctor of Philosophy degree in Engineering. Tell me which certificate says that you are an engineer. This is just not an explanation, this is fact. No certificate says that. So why should we say this certificate is one indicator of my capacity? Yes, it is an indicator of my academical knowledge I acquired from that university. And that too is never 100%. Some subjects we learn by mind by heart, some subjects we just move just for certain passing. And after that, forgetting that. Even if a habit to forget, you can't develop that habit. What I say, CPD, continuous professional development. Why do we say that? Why do you need it? What is purpose of that? Only purpose is that we should not stop learning when we pass engineering education. Because engineering education, academics, is just informative. It's not practical. You may do some practicals there, or you may go on some local business, or you may have even industrial tours during that period, which never, which never ever provides input of being a competent engineer. You cannot be a competent engineer after keeping certificates with you and not involved in field of engineering. You are not a competent engineer. You are just an ordinary person because you are not applying engineering knowledge to field. And of course, it depends on the opportunity. If you get job in a job, that's different. That's another story, that economical story and that story. But as far as competency is concerned, how to achieve competency in engineering, competency is important, not degree. Degrees, of course, degree is important as far as without degree you can't work as competent or you can't get competency. You have to study through your life, passing degree and then working with that in field of engineering, whether you work in design and engineering or you construction and engineering or you work in coordination or you work in either positions and you work with contracting company or you work with consulting company or you work by whatever means is good for you. It's good for those areas who want to become engineers. Otherwise, you are not an engineer. If you cannot give further understanding, if you cannot involve yourself in complex studies of situations, what do we learn is very basics, very simple, not at all complicated except some formula, etc. But those formulas also not complicated these days because of use of various types of softwares in designs and in quantification in any other acts which are supported by computers. Yes, we use computer, everybody of ourselves use computer, but use of computer is only use if you are using exclusive compute exclusively. You won't have capacity to even assess what answer is coming, what result is coming is reliable or there's some error in that. That must be taken as positive attitude towards engineering. Engineering gives world something permanently. Engineering, when it works, engineering in totality, you can say it gives this world or country where we work a solid item, a solid, you can say, delivery of ambitions. Imaginary, no, it's real ambitions. If if those people, families, never support, never support people, it's hard. Well, my dear, management and talking is something very entirely different. I don't know whether I am able to explain to you about management and you can say organization. For me, it is very simple and clear that if you understand organizations of certain company, that be uniform throughout and that should be respected by all people of West world and ourselves. Nation. Talking is very simple, very simple. You may say I am only talking. Yes, I am only talking. But remember, engineer means you do yourself. As much as you told yourself, civil engineer particularly. Civil engineer must be busy if that person is in job, must be busy all time. Whether your job is small or large volume, even if your job doesn't take back seat, it continues to work. Challenge. You know what is challenge? Challenge. Challenge. What does it mean? What does it mean actually, challenge? Challenge means engineering start. Start of engineering. Now there's a development in education and field, but every every work in engineering is a challenge. Challenge doesn't mean it impacts you. This means you have to impact it, not not that works impact you. You have to impact works. Engineering is full of criticalities. Engineering is full of problems, and engineering is full of havocs. And a person who is a defined engineer, empowered engineer, for them, these are shows are really. You think I'm not talking too much today? No, it's not that. I'm just like thinking what to talk to you. Shall you accept this? I'm thinking what to talk to you. You don't think it's difficult or it's easy? What's that? You think it's difficult? If I'm thinking what to talk to you, thinking during talk itself is important, very important. Because a stage comes in life where you don't need something to write first and talk, because general information is available with you. That information may be on paper or it may be on your mind. It's one and same. You bring it to paper so that you feel it is in sequence, and each you talk and then you say my time is over. Thank you very much. Thinking is root of engineering, just like challenge is root of engineering, change is root of engineering. So if you want to challenge, if you want to change, and if you want to input engineering, uh, challenge means, see, this is an ordinary work everyone can do. Not talking of ordinary work. I'm talking of work means complicated word or very easy work, but we do not understand. We want to change forest to city, we want to change wood to city, which itself is imaginary. Imaginary. We go to start some new project. We don't know ABCD of that project. It can be located all over the world or anywhere in the world. We only try to get as much information as possible. And generally, first activities done is surveys of that area, geotechnical surveys, geological surveys, which can be used by everyone. I relax. I relax because I have no problem. I'm just trying to explain, and whichever project I did, I started successfully. I completed or did not complete, that depends upon timings, because you have many critical positions on yourself in time. You need people who are in alliance with you there, and some are not aligned with you. Management procedures, management organizations demand something of you. These demand few. Less demand is either you organize yourself or this project should organize you. That is what's first point of view means. You are not on your own. You have to decide. You want to challenge project or you project has to challenge you. If you are nervous, if you are not in your senses, which you unexpected this project it comes to you, and this private sector taking this is your job. Well, Today I'm little lazy, you can say. Yes, I am lazy. I'm lazy because I am serious. I want to see youth, engineering youth, to be serious. They are not. They are not serious. First of all, they don't want to improve. This is habit of engineers. I I sometimes browse structure in this forum of India. Usually I put links there. I see there are thousands such engineers who always keep on demanding from seniors, give us this, and give us this information. Why do they demand that? You don't want to do yourself something. You don't demand from others. This doesn't mean we can give them on. That's another point. You are in your office till 6:30, say 8. There's no sure. There's no problem that you should not do your problem first to understand first. You only want results. You don't want to do hard work. I don't know reason behind that. Maybe this short time with you, you are employed by someone, and you want immediate answer to that, so that you say, "See, I've done this." You have not done that. Somebody else has done that. You are using his work. So this is not development. This is not continuous professional development. Look, in engineering, we have to consider all 3 points: what, how, and where. These sums must be answered. These questions must be answered. If I can't raise question to myself or to someone, I can raise questions to myself also. Myself means to my mind. Why I provide this detail, what's the reason, and it is okay how. What, why, and how. These points are basic science points. I have to justify, I have to dramatize for us. No, where I'm sitting is it's not far away from capital of this country. Weather today is not bad, but humidity is 85%. Very difficult to stay. Humidity in life, not this humidity in life, temperature in life, and other aspects in life should be considered. If you work continuously and you say I'm tired, okay, tired is fine to one extent. Don't say depressed. Tired means you worked physically, probably you thought a lot, considered. So you can be tired. You can relax for half an hour and restart work. If your energy does not charge you mentally, yeah, your energy is not good for your spouse. If you think you are whole, and sell it. Uh, Mind is engineering if you are an engineer. Mind is most important. It would tell you what you have to do in profession, what you have to do in life. When I understood engineering, what engineering is, I understood only one thing, that I have to deliver. My target is deliver. One should be smart enough to work in engineering. That's very important. That's why I'm saying that. If you are not smart, you can't work in engineering. If you are lazy, you can't work in engineering. If you are slow going, you can't work in engineering. If you are not thinker, you can't work in engineering. If you cannot write, you can't work in engineering. If you cannot conceive, you can't work in engineering. You must have every capability of leadership, self-leading, leading others, and leading whole team. You are in that particular same uh, quality against again quality of quantity and quantity of quality. Quantity of quality and quality of quantity. So far, you understand engineering is only delivery. No, it's not delivery alone. It's quality, production, quality delivery. We are talking of management only engineering activities. Now we are talking management philosophy of engineering. Engineering philosophy is different than engineering work. Philosophy, when what we think of that, whatever we are doing, what's philosophy behind that? Why we consider all these points? It's engineering philosophy, and don't forget that as old as you are, as old as you are, engineering you think bad for you, bad for you, because you have gone after education in so many projects and so many companies were very, and we got to this table. We have to decide what is actually engineering. Are we talking engineering or we talk something only productive? We have to consider this. If you talk only something productive, and consider that everything, I don't think that's right. See, engineering utilizes natural resources, all engineering, civil particularly. Civil engineering is natural resource-based engineering in which we get natural materials and use this. And natural material what is available was not produced in one day. It took centuries to produce that material. Stone, dust, sand, or whatever. We are going to use that material which has taken hundreds of years to be used for purpose we are using. That material doesn't need any money from us. That material is free for us. We are paying very little for that. But what that says, you have to listen. You have to listen. That will take some engineering water. Today I am in a different mode because I don't want to get bored because of talking. Why should I get bored of talk? I'm not doing any wrong. I'm just trying to intermingle with you people to let you know something. I want to enjoy engineering. I want to enjoy it. It's my hobby, let's say. Why should I consider that's my liability? This is my boredom. No, I say it's my life. When I say it's my life, what does it mean? Do you feel bored of your life since you are born and now you may whatever year? Did you ever feel why you are living? You never feel. Every day you change your freshness. Every morning you get up, you're fresh, and every evening you go to bed, you are a little tired, little sad, sometimes happy, never constant. When you take food, you think why I'm taking it daily. You never take. Never think that you take it daily. When you drink water, do you think, "Oh, I'm taking water? It's not good. Every day I'm trying to take water." What is this? These are, thoughts we should generate. If I consider engineering as a passion, I don't consider it a profession. I don't consider that this is my liability, this is my, headache. I want to sleep. Okay, you sleep. If you please, you can sleep. But you yourself try and see if you can sleep more than 8 hours. You cannot sleep more than 8 hours. And if you sleep more than 8 hours, then you will sleep only. You will sleep only. Because what medical people say, I'm not happy with that. If my job, my engineering does not give me pleasure, money is one part. That's not every part. When you do something, you don't think that you because you are getting money you did, or because you are happy to go through this. Money is another part. That second part to consider. But when I say I produce a building, or some engineer produces some automobile, you think that person doesn't feel happiness? Certainly. Even those workers who are not from engineering, you know, these craftsmen, these industrial workers, they say, "Oh, I did this." With pride, that person says, "Oh, see, I did that building." It's the greatest statement. You did that building. It's a great claim as well. Though you were involved only very in a small activity. You were involved like other people were involved, but your contribution is there. That's important. And because you are feeling with pride that I was involved here, this means there is some corner in your mind, in your conscience, that you are feeling happy of that statement. I did it. That's what I say. I did it. That's why you say you did it. This means there is a cap, there is a feature in you earned by yourself. There's a feature in you earned by yourself. Nobody gave you that. You own that. Because what you did, it didn't bring back what it is doing. It's brilliant. It's self-defined happiness. There is a feeling in you that you did on that. You applied your activities, you worked there, and you got it. That happiness, that truth state, if you are really good for that, you did that. That brings you confidence, building, and happiness. Rise in life or fall in life is always there. Rising and falling. This is life. This will go on like that. That is different. But continuation is very important. If it is a failure on some part, should I stop that? No, I should not stop that. If there's a failure, I have to review that. And that is where we fail. Because we never review, and never learn lessons from our errors. When we do not learn lessons, we make a lot of mistakes. Learning lessons from failures, or not even from failures, from good as well, from success as well. Because once you go through all the phases of these 67 years, you understand Yeah, I was there. I have a goal, I did it. Sometimes we decide to do something free of charge. We decide and we do it. So, my dear friends, engineering is for you. You are not for engineering. You enjoy this, and if you don't enjoy this, you will be in a difficult position. You shall be in very difficult position, and you can't pass that position without mistakes. Your mind shall not accept engineering. Engineering shall not accept you if you don't like it. If you feel you are part of this, if you feel there is an engineer in you, if there's a feel there's a stint of engineering in you, this means there's a degree of intelligence in you. Creative world is engineering. Creative world. It's not an ordinary world. Creative world. We have forgot this. Engineering is a creation. It's not an art, it's not a science, it's complete. It's neither an art nor science nor application. It is brilliance of mind. Brilliance of mind. If there is something like that, which you don't know but you know internally, you don't know externally, and you make it through power of engineering, power of your knowledge, and while doing that, don't think over your getting it. Engineering is my money. Engineering, not money is engineering. Engineering is money. I can count that. I recall my past, even day when I joined some work. And I sometimes call all days which I worked with, to whom what I said, what that person told me that day, what that foreman, that worker told me that day, I had to do this or do that. If your mind is like that, if I don't enjoy engineering, I am not engineer. Sam, I can be engineering personnel, I can be engineering manager, I'm not engineer. I remember one person, South South State belonging person, when I was in first assignment overseas, and that person, I don't know what was his past. I just had some interaction with him, and that person told me when we talked something. See, you said me never consider yourself that designer, designer or engineer. That person, I still remember that person, that great person who told me, I'm just searching and trying on. That person told me because he said, I do not even manage it. He told me that. I do not even manage it. Dude, when we're talking of something, we're talking of something very seriously. And he told me, I don't want to be manager. I'm happy to be engineer. I'm a real engineer. I still remember that when I was in Iraq with him in Baghdad. It was 1981, 40 years back. That person, smart enough, he said, no, I want to remain engineer, real engineer. I don't know. And he was senior to me in age as well as probably experience. He was not from civil as well. But he said, no, I really want to be an engineer. But I could not understand what he meant to say that time because I was not a practical person. I I had worked in government service in Delhi for 6 years. In government service means never rail engineering, you can say. It was supervisory engineering. And when you do supervisory engineering means you don't work yourself, you supervise what's done by others. And that too, you know, nominal you work only. Means you just see what you're doing is according to specifications, according to contractor drawings, and then make documents for their payments. And this we call that this is totality of work there. I didn't find any engineering there. Yes, okay, there are drawings, this is not their own drawings done by someone else, with some consultants or engineers. And I thought that was engineering at that time. But when I shifted to other countries during my career, I could not even understand what I had to do when I joined first assignment, overseas assignment. There were many other engineers in that company, that organization. I was also one. They were moving here and there and dynamically and doing this and that, ignoring me. I could not understand. I had no resources with me. They did not give any labor or something, and I don't have machines, and I don't demand something. And because I was young, well educated, means that time engineering education, engineering, and particularly IEI degree was very reputed. Very reputed means it was considered in value higher than B, though it was equivalent to degree, but practically it was considered much higher than BE, keeping in consideration knowledge attained by such candidates, such persons. I had good English, good writing skills, I had good technical knowledge, but practically, because I did not work departmentally or I did not work as a contracting company or as a contractor, I was little delayed in understanding what I had to do. So something came into my mind itself, and somebody also tried to say that I had to think what was my job. I realized that I had to give them job done. Nobody would teach me what I had to do. I had studied all this in my construction engineering, project management engineering. I had studied all that theoretically because that was mandatory subject, and without passing that you could not say that you will be having certification. Then I thought, when something is wrong somewhere, and I examined myself. Ultimately, it came to my mind that these are contracting companies. These are not my own companies, organization. We have supervised that. Which I had to do my arrangement myself. Nobody is going to arrange for me because those who work in this position in field, nobody is so free. Everybody is occupied, and that was time. It's a rush, development jobs overseas, and lack of staff. So I thought if something was wrong with me, and I realized that I had to give them what they want. That's what they expect me. But then I changed my attitude that I had to give them delivery. I did not change as a contractor. I said, no, 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 no. I had to give delivery. and I had to give it quality. My project management helped me there. You have to arrange everything yourself. So I started changing my conduct, and then finally I reached to that skill where work was to be given back. Resources were demanded according to project, assembled used, and then so this work is done, duly approved. This was in that company. I actually got training myself. Means you have to decide whether determine what quantity you need, what material you need, what working staff you need, what workforce you need, what machines you need, and when you need. But you have to think yourself. Nobody would come and tell, so do like this. Yes, you are an engineer, and particularly when you join some company in position of engineer, not as a junior one or foreman type. In that case, people want, because the workers won't come to you, and everybody you do not know, you are known, and people don't know you, and you say, okay, fine, you have come here. And there were many considerations in our business. Oh, you are from this state, you are from that state, they are from country, from that country. But country is fine, means I don't mind if somebody comes, somebody works with me from Arab world or from some other country or from Far East country or from I of course I got some problem when people used to work with my country from my country. I am not criticizing that, but there is some issue, regional issues and state-wise issues. Means a deficiency in consideration what people think. Oh, you are from Punjab, I am from Punjab. Oh, you are from South, I am from South. Oh, you are from Delhi, I am from. This has nothing to do with profession, but this excess, a kind of different racism. Because England people is a racist country and Americans are racist, Europeans are racist. Oh, we too are racist. Don't forget that. Our racism is different. It's not color racism, it's your area racism. This was there. This was there. This is also a part of engineering. Means this obstruction came to carry. Until you prove yourself and they accept you, you are to be involved in that dirt of profession. That dirt of profession you have to be involved with, unfortunately. And I suffer. But you can suffer only until you support yourself. When you are ready to support you, self support you, then nobody comes to you because you then start challenging them. That's why I say challenge. Why did I start my talk with challenge? That is the reason. Injuring and challenge, what relation both got? Challenge is not simply work challenge. Challenge is also meaning handling other people. Challenge you have to accept. And you don't accept challenge means you are going out. And I understand. When there's an encounter, they don't stay. They can't stay. Sometimes what happens, you are lost because you don't find environment you are looking for. It happens. It happened not one time, many times with me. I experienced differently. I appeared in many interviews, many interviews. I don't know how many. And this was Gulf time that time, Middle East time. Middle East means jobs in Middle East, Gulf countries. Many jobs were available for civil engineers. Development had been going on all over 7 countries of Gulf, 6 countries of Gulf, and you can say many other countries, Iraq, Iran, Libya, many more. So means you see, I worked in about 11 foreign located companies, organizations. So you imagine when I walked in 11, how many interviews might have you given? Maybe in many more companies. I still remember a stage when I had three jobs together. I was unable to decide which one I had to go. This happened because, first of all, I was young, I was well qualified, I had done some work overseas, I could answer technically. In start, I failed somewhere also in answering in my initial career when I was in Delhi Development Authority. I appeared in one interview. I did not expect that such questions they will raise. And I thought, oh, this is private company. But when I appeared in the interview, I was shocked because of course I was qualified. Means those questions were no related to work on site, and I had never worked as contracting staff on site. I had worked as supervisory level. So some questions were asked. Certain questions were very attacking. And some questions were gentle. But because I had no experience on field, you can say I was like a theoretical engineer. Theoretical. I knew designs. I knew theories. I knew answer from books. But practical lack of experience. Practical. Their questions are very much practically oriented. For example, saying there's water or moisture in sand or an aggregate, and you have to mix concrete. How would you handle that moisture content? I never handled such because we know water cement ratio is this. It should be zero point 0.3, 0.35, zero point 0.4, and accordingly we are going to use so many cement bags in this. We can calculate that way, but that is theoretical. But question is there already water present in dust, sorry, sand. Well, from other aggregates, water drain out. That's different. But even there may be contents of water in your aggregate also, coarse aggregate. But how shall you adjust that? How shall you know how much is that? Well, I had no answer to that. There was some accident in that company, in that department I worked. Some overhead tanks collapsed. There's a question: what was your contribution to that tank when you was constructed? It was a stupid question actually because you should not ask those questions. Yes, you can ask questions about tank design or tank. That's different. But you say, what is your concept? How do you know that I work for it? Similarly, there were so many questions from site. Really, I did not know, to be very frank. I'm openly saying. I did not know that. Despite I was a degree engineer, AMIE actually, not only degree plus experience. But that experience was from supervisory level, not from executive level. I condemned myself. You can say I considered myself I was an idiot. I was not too marked, and I felt very much. It's not because I won't go there, because I was not able to answer. This means I had certain deficiency. Certainly I had. I was not prepared for that. That interview opened my eyes. I started searching for books and this and that just to find answers for that. No, I couldn't. This means books won't give you answers. Just theoretical answers. No use of those. These I'm not criticizing those authors. Those authors are not well marked up to that level, even though they are doctorate, they write books, they're co-authors. But from site work, from engineering application works, those books are not well. Okay, for theory angles, okay, we learn theory from viewpoint of passing examinations. That's okay. I agree with that. But from point of view of from skills view of execution, I'm not talking supervisory consultancy angle. I'm talking from contracting angle. Because if you think of consultancy, you won't understand that. Then I said I had to change. I started reading books, whatever information I could get from here and there, or from libraries. I was getting more and more confident then. So I appeared in many interviews and I appeared in because I wanted to one job at least in beginning. So beginning is very difficult. I already remember. Though I was having 6 years experience that time, that experience did not help me because my experience was not from contracting companies, and recruitment was going on behalf of contracting companies, not from consultancy. I also appeared in some government company. So what I say, I got very small chance in first time, and there I found working atmosphere completely different because I was from government sector. I left job inventory. I found there I got one link, one interaction with one superintending engineer who came from Maharashtra. He was also a failure because he was given some assignment to do some building, to start some building. And that person also did not know what to do, how to start with. He thought same as he did in government affairs from PWD Maharashtra. And he told me that they are not happy with me. What's happened? Says I they gave me building to start with, and I asked my staff, my foreman, write. I gave them some writings. Take this slip and go there. And this. I'm not able to start it. They say you go and stay there, start excavation. Well, how can I? I was superintendent engineer. They expect me to stand in the sun and bring excavator, arrange it for excavation, get them. I can't do all that. So he just informed me secretly that I am a failure and I decided to go back. I am going to resign because my job is still safe in Maharashtra. I'll join that job. So that was one case. So I was also, of course, I was not superintendent engineer, but I was also disappointed because I was not finding myself fit there. I was not finding because other engineers, other people who used to work with contracting, they were successful. They were running fast. They were running fast. They understood what was their job. They had to arrange everything and then get job done. This point I could not understand there. Then I was shifted to some other site because I could not do that. This from the site because I had resigned there. He said, no, 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 don't resign. We just got you and you are young. You just will get to send some. After that, I started changing. I started changing. Well, I could not digest myself there. I could not digest there. I could not stay there. Then I got an independent job in some other organization. It's a building job, RCC building. I was site in charge of that job. Of course, it was not a package job. This was, like a subcontracting job. Subcontracting. Our company was a subcontractor for purpose of RCC element and finishing elements. So I was in charge of that. And in fact, you can say I start learning what was my duty, what was my job assignment, because job assignment does not describe, they never describe what I do. Just you are this position, go there. Now it's different. People describe what's your job description, this and that. So it's different world now. Well, there was a difference when I discovered after getting to understand that I had to deliver everything. I had to arrange myself. I had not to depend on others. Means I must get support, of course, but command should go from me. I should not get command. So there was a question of commanding who commands whom. You try to understand what I'm saying. You have to resolve your challenge. My challenge was I could not understand what I had to do. It doesn't mean it was not a part of education. I was taught. But our professors, our lecturers never understood what was duty of contractor and what was duty of a consulting engineer. So no problem. If you are not taught, you have to learn yourself. Yes, you fail one time, you fail second time, but failure, because it is said, is root of success. Failure is root of success. So failure is such a powerful root of success. Once you enter into this domain of success through your own efforts, you will be lead successful. You will be a lead dominant person there because nobody taught you. You started moving yourself. You started controlling and commanding yourself. And I experienced that when I started commanding to others. Do this and do that and do this and do that. And I also get this material to me and get that material to me. Get this to me and get that to me. I want this and I want that this way. Whole world changed around me. Those started taunting me, tried to move around me. I was taking care of my job myself. Surveying, measurement, supervision, quantification, arrangement of material, handling labor, handling foremen, handling staff. I started taking myself all this care without living to them, without living to them. Of course, some change, big change. They started thinking this man is instructing us. Means they were expecting, they instruct side in charge. But when I started instructing them, and instructions were right because I never instructed wrongfully. First thing on. So within 6 months of my career, or even less, I found that I discovered myself. There's something hidden in me. There's something hidden in me I did not identify before. I failed to identify before. This changed my conduct from a consultancy status to a delivery status. I don't say contracting status because it is delivery status. And remember, delivery is exclusive. It doesn't depend upon anybody. Because I remember that time when I appeared for referee interview before entering into section B of IEI. I still remember that time when I was interviewed by one military personnel there, military senior engineer who was a member of the institution. He suggested to me that in future, when you go to field, never depend upon someone else. Never depend upon anybody else. Do your job yourself as much as you can do. I could not understand that time why saying that. I thought maybe he is happy with that, but his wordings had some solid meaning. I could understand that meaning only when I suffered, and then I resolved myself. And when I started doing everything with me, people started getting mad. Colleagues, juniors, seniors, all. Because I see world is full of those people who want to polish or who want to get polished. If you go and ask them, sir, 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 they feel happy. They do nothing. You just go and respecting them, they feel happy. You don't move ahead of them, they feel happy. You don't challenge them, they feel happy. You just be with them, they feel happy. Nobody bothers for results. And once you point out something, oh, you have done this, you have done that, you should not have done that. He may be junior or he may be senior. They start getting against you. This is humanity. Means they want a kind of local grouping, so you be a part of group, or you make your own group. That's what I say always about system. You enter into a system, or you make your own system. So my actual training started from there. I was self-teacher. I did not need any professor or lecturer or a senior engineer to teach me because once you use your mind, you apply your mind automatically because you have already studied that. It's not that you are doing math. You study theory, you study everything, you study construction, you study okay, you have to expand that. So I always had a habit to keep books with me, my textbooks, and of course certain professional books. I used to keep them with me always and whenever I used to find time, or even when I needed, I used to refer to those for my answers, for my use in construction. I adopted a habit like that, and that served me, that helped me. Because what job requires response, job requires answer. If you don't do that, you are not doing job. You find how you get it, nobody cares. You find from library of site, you find from your own reference, you find from our knowledge, or you find through some other things. Nobody questions that. But if you don't find, everybody questions that. Oh, you are sleeping, you could not do this, yes. You should have taken this value and that value. So they will suppress you. Just to eliminate that, I wanted not to sleep. I wanted to get up in the morning because I had to fill up my deficient levels. I had to bridge in my breakup. I had to make myself independent. I never want to depend upon others because I have faced many losses in that. It may be theoretical work, site work. And then I started even using theodolite myself, label myself whenever required. You know what happens? Until you are independent, or once they feel that you are independent, they come with you, and until they feel that you are not independent, you need their services. They always don't want to do anything. Oh, he'll call himself, it is his job, he has to get credit of that, so let him call me. I'll say today I'm sick, tomorrow I'll come, tomorrow I say okay, I have some problem, I'm going on leave, to give me 2 days leave. I mean, they like to avoid work with you. They don't want to see you move further, or you be friend with them, you dissolve yourself with them, then they won't respect you. You are one of them. This happens with the staff, this happens with workers, this happens with your seniors, this happens with everybody. And whenever you are educated, there's another danger that they don't want to see educated. You are educated, you have a opportunity to go up in future. So maybe they are down in your. There's so many considerations do apply. So I am trying to explain to you this because I was just thinking today to be relaxed, and this is what I want to do. Yet do not depend upon others. If you can say problem exists there, you are from particularly our people in our country, Bharat, India. There are many regions, many states, and there is also another kind of virtual groupism which state people support state people. That happens. I have observed that practically. I don't say now why should I say that, but I observe practically. So when you are left alone or you isolate yourself from others if you want to move successful, don't tell your secrets what you are doing and go on doing it. There's one point. Don't announce what you're going to do, just do it. Because announcement won't give any benefit. You announce to those who expect your job, who are your responsible people, to whom you are reporting. Job should be done. And once they know that you are not telling them something, they are ignoring. If I am ignoring them, they will come to me. "Oh, you are doing this job. What are you doing?" Then you tell them, do it. You assign job, but even then, don't depend upon them. So it happens for some time. I'm not saying it's permanent. It happens for some time, but not all time. Once they understand that you are not going to amend your conduct in their favor, and they say because we have all to live, how to work here, they are not going to resign. Don't worry, because they won't find another job, and you can resign. They want to force you to resign. Then there's another attempt. They will force you to resign directly or indirectly, and if you yield, they will be happy. Oh, this disease has gone. But if you don't go even then they will become your friends to cheat you this your that. These are all challenges in field in beginning of your career until you're well experienced how to diplomatically handle them. I was always complained of diplomacy by my company owners. Suraj, you are not diplomatic, you are aggressive, you don't listen to others. Believe me, I could not understand that also. What is diplomacy? Diplomacy, what is diplomacy? You are an engineer and your job is to deliver. If you work with diplomacy, can you deliver? What is diplomacy? Nobody explained to me. Nobody. But they said you are not diplomatic. And one said, "Oh, you are not a contractor, you are a consultant." This one Arabic Lebanese person used to say, I still remember that person. Oh, Suraj, you become contractor, you are consultant. He never removed me from job, but complained of. Suraj, you are not contractor. No, I was doing everything. I was doing everything. But my behavior looked to them through other staff that he's not a contractor. He's not thinking for company. And I lost also. I was in that year. I was entitled for 2 months bonus. I think 3 months bonus. Yes, 3 months bonus for that job. He gave me only 1 month. I lost 2 month bonus there. No problem. I said no problem. Keep this 1 month also with you. He told me why. See, because I'm not giving you this bonus. You are a contractor. I was smiling also. Okay, no problem. This means I explained to him, announced to him, I will remain contractor. No, I will remain consultant. I don't understand difference between two, but these people understand. They say contractor means who can cheat others, who can defy others. I don't know how could I defy outside. How could I defy outside when you have to work? Well, this is something, my story, little story, not all. I started with challenge. I'm trying to explain what challenges actually you feel. What challenge do I feel? I had many instances in my life where I was aggressive, I was angry, and that's the result. People cheated me. People cheated me many times. My staff cheated me in measurement. They cheated me. So the setting out was wrong. They cheated me in RCC work. There was some bulging. Means like that. They will try to defame you because you are site in charge. They defame you, and you get defamed also. It happened with me 2 or 3 times in my life. They are successful because hundreds of people work. You can't keep eyes on everyone. There can be even one crooked on one side. You can't know that. And I was always surrounded by such people who tried to destabilize me, to pull my legs. But I was a self teacher. As I said, I was never trained by someone. I was a self teacher. Because my theory background was good, my habit of reading was good. I tried to find solutions from whatever source. And if I could not find a solution, then I used to think myself, what is solution? And this is best property of life. I suggest to you, think yourself. It's better than referring to books, better than referring to someone else. Think yourself. Maybe first thinking goes wrong, second thinking goes wrong, but certainly third thing would help you. This is my experience. It may take little time, but once you start solution by thinking, that solution multiplies later on. It goes on multiplying and multiplying and multiplying. That's why I say I wanted to talk to you something different today. Relax time, relax. I want to tell you my heart, my conscience, my mind. And this should be learned by everyone. This is very important. Don't take it easy. It makes your future, it builds your future. This is your building block. This is your reinforcement. Your reinforcement, not building reinforcement. This reinforcement means your deficiencies are fulfilled. Your degree of shame is fulfilled. Your vistas are opened. Your narrow gap is widened because you are used to opening, new opening, new stars, new then used to argue people. I starting on that. Means my only aim was I had to reach my destiny and delivery of job in time. That was my set. Means I then completely reformed from consultant status to or supervisory status to delivery status. It took some time, but then I became leader in that. I didn't ask someone else what I had to do. No one. I didn't ask anyone. British and the Arabs was senior to me. They used to ask me. See the difference. They asked me what should we do. I asked in the beginning, we joined the company. My CEO was a Lebanese Christian. He was not happy with my personality. One day he said, "What's your personality? Do you know how to wear?" Well, I was simple means. Well, I changed that also later on. Say my job was not very, difficult at that time. I was given landscaping job. I told him, see, I have too much time at home. I want to keep myself busy. I want to do something if you can give me. It's okay, you come in afternoon or come in morning time. And because afternoon was some work, they had to work at evening time due to some reason those schools. He said, do one thing, come for 2 hours in the morning or 3 hours in the morning and help in tendering. That's no problem. You arrange for a vehicle, I will come. So I used to go to the office in the morning time. So it also became my job description that okay, you have estimation. In one project I did this and other projects will come in the afternoon, no problem. So I used to go in afternoon for 2 3 hours. So this became a routine. So I got exposure to bidding also in those days. Bidding means quantity, bidding means specifications, bidding means drawings, bidding means coordination, and bidding means talking to your vendors, future vendors. So I expanded my vistas myself. And on sites, whenever there is some problem, there was some means whatever problem was there, engineering problem. Okay, somebody challenged me. Okay, you want to do this complaint? I'm not happy with your answer. I'm not convinced. Consult says, you give me the challenge. Me, give me how you want to do. Give me method statement. And nobody knew meanings of method statement those days, except I think British people. Our people did not know what was method or statement. I said, okay, you'll get it tomorrow morning. Don't worry. My engineer, because I had manager there, you accept the method statement. So what's the problem? And I also didn't know the statement. Actually speaking, I thought I tried. Next morning, I submitted on diary this statement. Just means talk to my foreman what actually you want to do it or not. My opinion is what's your opinion? I agree with them and put that statement on that 3 4 pages with a sketch. That person saw the consultant. He didn't say anything, signed that one. Okay, do it. Because there was nothing wrong in that. I had to reflect only where I was going to operate on this lab because our people were not clear how shall we complete this coding concrete. What I mean to say, if something is unknown, do it, don't worry. Think of that before doing that. Think before doing that. Don't keep it in darkness and don't think that this can be taken care of by whatever. No, think of that. You are an engineer. What you are going to do, you just reflect there, and that's called method statement. There is no one way, there's no two way. There are many ways you can do the same thing, but which one you feel is best for you, time saving, quality giving, adopt that approach and do that. So after that, then they questioned many and many, and I used to answer this and this and this. Design questions or somewhere there, design issues, proposals were there, quantifications were there, minutes of meeting and meetings and all that, coordination. I was not trained by anyone. No one trained me. There was no precedence in that company. This was new type of construction company who used to build on roads only in that. But later on they started buildings. So I did not refer to any other one. Think myself. You should think yourself. Because after all, you passed engineering, you can think yourself. Because you're not going to do nuclear reactor or something, it's only building work I was doing. So I started origin work. I was originated, I was origin myself. So I first of all I use time optimally, optimize time, learning time thing. And what do you do one time yourself, you can't forget in life. Remember, you can edit that, you can revise that, you can revise that. So bar charts, method statements, quantification, minutes of meeting, coordination, meetings, all that, and whatever was required according to job, supervision on site, specifications, interpretations, all that. So that was a challenge for me because I was new to this environment. I never experienced that. I was being a government servant in Bharat. We don't have an opportunity to that. Whatever contract used to say, we say, okay, you are right, we see specification right there. So that's what I'm trying to explain to you, that life is not that easy. You have to make it, but once you make it, it's very simple for you. You become expert of that. Don't depend upon others. If you think you are intelligent, I think engineers are all generally intelligent. I won't find deficiency in engineers. Maybe some 70%, some 80%, some 50%, but they are intelligent, brilliant. Otherwise, you cannot pass engineering, even at pass mark. Your pass mark is 50%. So what I would say, it's upon your interest. Therefore, I will ask all those young engineers, budding engineers, never depend upon others. Try to do yourself first. That's a challenge. And if you depend upon others for everything, all time you'll think, please tell us this, give us this file, that file. So you want move yourself, you get habit of support, and that support won't guarantee you always that you are going to right job. That was my challenge definition. This was my challenge. I tried to explain to you. Life is a challenge, not all time. It's a challenge only in any ab initio work. Ab initio means in the start, or you can say first principle time. It's not a challenge at all if you understand that challenge, if you treat that challenge yourself. That was my main criteria behind this today's management. And actually, this is quality development. You be very frank. Quality developed like this. Quality never came on its own directly. Quality came was now generated that time of I started my career. It was transferred from field to quality. Just like knowledge and technologies earned or generated on sites or industrial projects go to universities after decade. Same thing happens here. Quality was generated like this. So it's original that I'm talking of, and I think this is where I'd like to conclude this management here today. Already 2 hours over. I think you may be feeling maybe might have felt bored, but bored or no bored, that's why I want to tell you now. I'll see how long at least I'll see and come back. Because weather said that it's no wind. I'm not finding any wind here. Let me see. I'll sit down and I speak again. I'm tired. I'm sitting on my knees. So I'm little tired. Let me come and change whatever you know. I don't know what's happening to me. This is really light. Not light anyway. Oh, sorry. Dear friends, I just talked to you about that. I am very much interested in talking to you about soil in future, near future, because it depends on. Let me finish first FIDIC. Because soil is also a challenge. Just like I talked of challenge, soil itself is a challenge. Soil is itself a challenge, and we must understand that challenge soil. What is soil? Soil, as name suggests, and its value suggests that this is not considered well. Soil is actually most important material. Soil. It's most important material that we do not realize. If there is no soil, you'll be very frank. Soil for someone is just nothing, but for someone it's very significant. What do I understand with soil? That we all are soil. We all have to go to soil one day, either by burial or by cremation. Everybody has to go to soil. Do we accept that? This means there is some importance. There is some importance chemically, biologically, its strength wise, and its fertility value wise. When you consider its chemical composition, its contents, everything that relates to decomposition of body, what we have, or formation of fossils in future, which comes through soil. If you consider its fertility factor, it's very important for your agriculture. And if you consider its relation to strength, it's significant that soil only can allow buildings to rest, structures to rest on this. And its soil system that relates to water resources. If embankment is not good, it's not strong, water can penetrate through the seepage through seepage, and your embankment is destroyed. So soil has multiple properties. Soil can be eroded by water. Soil can be consolidated by water. They are both ways. Soil can be compacted by water. Soil can be a dust. Soil can be aggregate. Soil can be rock. It is soil everywhere. You may ask a question, what I'm talking. Sand is also a part of soil. Aggregate. Soil comes from aggregates. Rocks. After all, they're all same parts of earth. Yes, different names we have given depending on contents of soil, structure of rocks, and by time decomposition happens, atmospheric erosion happens, metamorphism happens. So many changes happens on these agencies like air, through like air, water, sun, weather. So there is flow of one particle to other place and from there to other place. It happens. We have learned very limited about rocks. We do not complete. Even though I qualified my applied geology that time long back, I don't remember everything, and I never studied further on that because it was never required. I'm a civil engineer. I'm not a rock mechanics engineer or soil engineer or laboratory engineer who is who is specialized on that. But I like it because it's interesting. It's interesting subject for a civil engineer, and I expect that civil engineers, it doesn't matter what qualification you have, civil engineers should understand what soil is, what rock is, what sedimentation is, and what volcanic work is, what is metamorphism, what is original, what is other, transformed, what is soil water act together, and what are various forces acting on soil from either direction. What are parameters, attributes that are given to soil, like value of N, value of C, and many other values. What is capillarity? What is permeability? What is porosity? What is liquid state? What is solid state? What is semi-solid state? Atrophic limits, and many more terms. What is compaction, consolidation? What are molecules of soil? What are minerals in soil? Minerals in clay? Means there is no limit to read that. Basics we know, you know, all know. We know about rocks, three types of rocks have been taught generally. You know that. There's nothing very much specific. You know all that. Sedimentary rock, metamorphic rock, and volcanic rock. From there we get that may have sand classes, soil classes like sand, silt, clay, and many more weak classes. And also aggregates, mining, crushing. We all civilians are known about that. We know that. No, nobody can say I don't know. Only difference is little in-depth study that we have to do if you have to learn earth, learn geology. If you have some knowledge of applied geology as well as soil, or you can say soil engineering, I think it shall help you, help you in your work. I'm not saying you will qualified one, but help itself is much more than qualification. Ultimately, by studies also you have to help your profession, yourself. Don't say you're going to help others, you have to help yourself. You have to enrich yourself, your own knowledge. And that enriching knowledge is important here. Knowledge is knowledge. It's like, it removes darkness from your mind and it takes you to ignited, illumined vistas which help you do profession. So soil is something different. It's vistas for me. It's vistas for me. For an engineer, soil is like A, B, C, D for an engineer. Geology is also like CAT cat or AT rat. Yes, because it's not numericalized, it's not formalized, so you don't like it because you want to just apply formula and get result. But life doesn't move on formula alone. We have to remember. Sometimes you are very rough, and simultaneously sometimes you are very diplomatic. You are very aggressive and you are very supportive. You try to help those workers with whom you fight whole day. You are not their enemies. You never consider your workers as your enemies. And similarly, those workers don't consider you as like, they say, okay, they know your habit. and they feel happy when they are like scolded. It happens in human psychology that because they have to also pass 10 hours a day. One foreman used to tell me, when sometime I don't abuse my workers, don't scold them, then they say, "Oh, how are you, foreman sahab? Are you okay? You understand? Are you okay today? Are you sick? Why? You say, oh, you did not abuse since morning. I'm waiting for your abuses." So this is human relation, you can say, a kind of entertainment on sides for relaxation. It's not that they are intentionally abusing or when intentionally abuses. It's just an expression of thought of anger. Same thing for engineers means expression of anger. Your knowledge. If some question comes to you during work means give us these values and you don't know that, well, how shall you do them? And you'll say, okay, I'm referring my file to specialist and that value will now come. So it will not help you to do your. Why do we say that this is important? Because it's a kind of coordination. Coordination is not along with services only; it's with your own subjects as well. Coordination. When you get drawings, you have many classes of drawings: architectural drawing, schematic drawing, informative drawing, working drawings, steel drawings, reinforcement drawings, and many other drawings. Services drawing, electrical, mechanical, this service, that service, gas service, water supply. There are many classes of drawings. When you get this drawing, you think you stop, and if you stop and wait for construction, then you will not be able to do that. You have to study those drawings. If you don't study, you cannot work. That is, you have to see all drawings. You have to coordinate with them. You have to see dimensions okay. You have to see projections are okay. You have to sections are okay. And within disciplines like architectural, structural, electrical, mechanical, and structural, electrical, architectural, this and that. All that you have to ensure that yes, it's going to work. Means you have to decide these drawings which you have can be worked upon on site. That your conference is required, your confirmation is required. Nobody requires, you require. You have to do work on that. So this is your own interest. No one is going to ask you. They will point only when you fail to work or you do erroneous work which you have to rework. That time you will in problem because you missed coordination, you did not know what to do, and you made a mistake. And remember, in engineering, mistakes are not acceptable so easily because it's question of time, it's question of money, it's question of quality. If you understand drawing, coordinate well, and you know what you have to do, that time they will say, okay, you're done very fine. Appreciation, no appreciation, don't expect that. But you did not make a mistake, that is appreciation. They won't say, why, okay, what about that? You say, this is done. Okay, fine, what about that? They won't say your done is very good. They'll say, what about that program? This is life. If you keep on moving, people ask you more. If you stop, people don't ask you more. Okay, should I help you? They'll say, you need help. They won't say they will bring someone else in your place. Either you be down or you leave. I learned this well. Never ever allow someone else to question you. Be ready with answer always. Advanced study. What do you say advanced study? Advanced structure, advanced this and advanced that. We study these subjects. What is advanced? Nothing. Only further studies. So you be ready for further actions. You must foresee what's going to happen. Just like you make plans of and look ahead for so many months. You give programs now. Bar charts are now. You give bar specials. Look ahead. Look ahead. And look ahead is seniority. Look ahead your seniority. It justifies your seniority. that you are ready with all problems to come to answer them. You are ready to encounter hazards. You are ready to encounter attacks from quality. That's what engineering is all about. Don't underestimate yourself. When you are doing engineering on site, you are doing not only engineering, you are doing all disciplines yourself. You are doing architecture, you are doing engineering, you are doing services, you are doing review of designs or designs, you are doing technical statements, and you are moving together with site activities. If all these you can do smoothly, I don't think something is left except concreting. Except concreting. Soil covers everything, remember. Soil covers everything. If your soil is not worked upon, you cannot move anything. Therefore, understand soil. It's very easy. No difficulty there. Not at all. Not at all. It's soil, dead material. And it's soil live material. This soil is live as well as dead. So easy. And if you can't understand that because you have to read a lot, then no need of experiments in laboratory. There's no need. My statement is very, very different. Just to encourage you, forget your education. That has gone. You are not education now, you are in work. Your education is deliver work. That is your degree. Deliver project. Whenever you have to deliver, deliver it. That delivery is called engineering. A delivery doesn't mean you have to put by post. I mean to say you have to finish that project so that it can be used. Use is delivery. And if you delay everything, maybe not because of you, but because of someone else, I can understand that. But that cannot be uniform. Well, my purpose was that I explained to you and told you now it's about I think 6 o'clock. Yes, it's about 6 o'clock. Well, I think I'll speak something about this general something, and then I'll move to FIDIC later on. Just a small talk on general today because I don't have much time. So let me open general and we talk a little. Then we move on to we want to you know we want to I'm going to talk about this. It's let me see how far can I go. Building demolition. It's not that. Scaffolding is not that. It's also gone. I'm reaching. Hmm. You talked of business facilities yesterday, right? Business facilities you finished yesterday. I am going to start now. Start to contractor, I think. Ah, yes. So this is contractor site facilities. This is page 131 of 246. Contractor site facilities. I'm going to start this. This is same I'm talking. This is same as we talked on yesterday. It's concrete general. It's same concrete general. We're talking general. GENERAL. General in QCS. Chapter is contractors facilities on site. Contractors facilities on site. Contractor is ultimately a person who shall deliver project to you, and because you are not capable in your organization to do it yourself, you hired contractor for that project, and contractor is going to work that project for you so that you can use that, or otherwise you cannot use that project. That project shall remain on papers. That is fact of life, current life, because you don't have resources of your own to organize all this. That's why contractor is a requirement. In fact, you can say that contractor is an expert of construction, keeping in view such conditions. I cannot say expert, but it is expert. Because here contractor isn't a layman. No, here contractor is not a layman. Contractor is rather a professional because contractors having organization as engineers do have. Contractor has to do more than engineer does. Engineer does only supervision and control of items without any accountability. But contractor has accountability, liability, and everything. Contract is bound by conditions, bound by warranties, bound by everything. If contractor is a designer also, even if contractor is not a designer, contract is bound by safety, by quality, and by or accuracy of doing work. This means contractor is something we cannot consider into level, or you can say into profile, that very low profile person. No, we cannot say that, because contractor is equally qualified, if not self, his staff, contract staff is qualified engineers they have, qualified supporting staff they have, key personnel they have, and they have a responsibility to finish project in their own budget, which they chart out themselves, along with profit margin if they can get. And also quality criteria is very important, because work that has to be done must be compliance, quality compliant. If contractor cannot do all this, I think better one should not do contracting. And particularly in standard world, in international world, that contracting would not be called contracting. Here we find every kachra contracting company in our country. I clearly say I don't care about that. It's limit now. It's limit now. People can't give quality in this age, 2020. Not finding quality here. So I have every right to submit to them. They are not working according to professional requirement, or you can say there's no professional engineering construction here that we can claim. We are deficient in having professional construction status of Bharat, the India. I don't know reason behind that. We have plenty of engineers in government and we have plenty of engineers in private sector. As far as the status is concerned, private sector is expected to do quality work, but I think with minimum expect exceptions, hardly maybe 1%, 99% are not pro quality. They just work as if they have done obligation on the nation. Contractor must be a professional as a company, must be work oriented, and work oriented doesn't mean quantity oriented, quantity plus quality oriented. Contractors' concerns are big, but there are no people to listen to contractors. That's also the case here. They consider contract as if there's some robber, some thief, you see, will take, loot, and go. This is common understanding of public, which is the wrong. It's wrong understanding, and they know this is way with the public value you. So I should not say anything further. You understand what I mean to say. Corruption has no limit. But my set is different because I have worked in international areas and I don't find that their contractors are not professional. They are very much professional there and they do much more supervision of quality themselves rather than depending on consultants or engineers. They are strong basis, have strong base of contracting and therefore they are respected. Contracting companies are respected overseas. Engineers are respected overseas. Municipalities are also respected overseas because no one gives any clearance without without documents being complied with, without works are being complied with. There are inspections from every authority on works, and after that only certification is given of quality, compliance, and completion. So what I say, if we do not regard contractor, if we think only engineer is master of profession, then we miss ourselves something. We miss ourselves an opportunity to understand that doing work in field practically is an expertise. We must understand this point. It's not something that is the shop. We cannot say that this is a shop and we work on shop with workers and that's it. Contracting is not a shop. Contracting is a professional activity. Contracting is a responsibility. Contracting is reputation and contracting is profession. Contracting success depends on complete success. And because contractors is important, therefore, engineers too are dependent on them. If contract is successful, engineer will be successful. If contract is successful, that government department or some other sector which gives them job will be successful. And if contract is successful, you can say development is successful. This is complete, a chain that comes in farms in. Well, we should understand this point very well that contracting is well chained. It must well be understood very well. Contractor is bound by contract documents, and which are a complete pile of many types of documents. In contracting, contractor provides facilities to engineer as we explained before. This is a must. And similarly, contractor provides facilities to itself. Because if contractor is not organized well, contractor cannot work. So according to specifications, which are general specifications, which are named as general specifications, and that I'm referring to Qatar, Qatar Construction Services or Qatar Civil Specifications. There's a reference with what establishment contract should have on project. What facilities one should have. We have talked of engineer. We talk of in brief about facilities of properties. Now contractor, what does site facilities? What actually contractor site facilities in general are? And we can say that scope, first the scope we have to see, what the scope there in that, and we have to see references, then contractor site facilities, building site fabrication areas, material storage areas, power, water, lighting, and heating, miscellaneous, then project signboard and advertising, means photographs, name board and other advertisements, and provision of Hamad Medical Corporation, ambulance spoke station, general and requirements. These are main titles, and now we say what is general, and this specification part means this part specifies requirements for contractors' temporary site facilities. Site facilities are temporary because at end of project this must be removed from there and take to somewhere to distance. So we say this part specifies requirements for contractors, temporary site facilities, and references are part 9 materials. Now building, what building should contractor have? Contractor shall provide all offices, sheds, stores, and other buildings for him to undertake all duties, obligations, and activities associated with construction of works. All buildings shall be supplied and maintained in good condition and be of neat appearance. Position of all contractors' temporary site buildings shall be to approval of engineer. Contractors shall maintain an office at site for duration of contract. This office shall be open at all times during working hours. Upon completion of contract, upon completion of contract, all temporary site buildings, no, upon completion of contract, all temporary site buildings shall be removed and area occupied or otherwise affected by them reinstalled to its original conditions. Government of Qatar shall grant a right of access only when road reservation should contract need to use adjacent areas or land for concrete. Okay, I think I should put off my light better. Why to waste electricity? Put on the light. Okay, gentlemen, let's do talking of facilities of contracting. So contract shall maintain office at site for duration of contract. This office shall be open all times during site working hours. Upon completion of contract, all temporary site buildings shall be removed and area occupied or otherwise affected by them reinstated to its original condition. Government of Qatar shall grant right of access only within road reservation. Should contractor need to use adjacent areas of land for camps, plant site, etc., shall arrange for right to use said land himself. This clause in no way invalidates obligations of general conditions of contract. Then 12.2.2 site fabrication areas. Contractor shall provide an area suitable for assembly and fabrication purpose. 2. Fabrication area shall simulate factory condition if required in project documentation. Materials storage area. Contractor shall provide sufficient and appropriate materials storage areas. Storage areas shall be suitable for materials to be stored in them and shall offer necessary protection where required. Contractor shall ensure that storage areas comply with relevant provisions of Part 9 of Section Materials. Power, water, lighting and heating. Contractor shall provide, maintain and subsequently remove temporary services for power water supply, power supply, water supply, lighting and heating. All electrical installations shall be in charge of a competent person who accepts full responsibility for its use and whatever alterations or additions here to require. Name, designation, and telephone number of such person shall be prominently displayed close to main switch or circuit breaker of installation. Contract shall provide, maintain, subsequently remove temporary services for power supply, water supply, lighting, and heating. All electrical installations shall be in charge of a competent person who accepts full responsibility for its use and any alterations or additions thereto. Name, designation, and telephone numbers of such person shall be prominently displayed close to main switch or circuit breaker of installation also in controls contractor site office. Site work power tools supplies except for operation of pumps shall be of 110 volts, 55 volts to earth. All electricity supplies cables, all electricity supply cables shall be buried or properly supported and protected and and shall be armored. Flexible cables shall only be allowed for hand lamps and handheld tools and shall not exceed 6 meters in length. Industrial type plugs and sockets shall be used. All site electrical installations comply with requirements of current regulations of OQGEWC. Miscellaneous contractor shall provide, maintain, and subsequently remove temporary roads, paths, parking areas, or contractor shall provide, maintain, and subsequently remove temporary roads, paths, parking areas, and refuse disposal areas, areas occupied by temporary roads, paths, parking areas, and refuse disposal areas or otherwise affected by them shall be restored to their original condition on completion of contract. Project signboard. Project signboard. Contractor shall an erect a temporary signboard at location of his approved site compare compound. In addition to in addition, he shall provide signboard at start and end of each ongoing work location for all works where major or minor. Project identification signboard information signboard shall be clearly displayed on approaches to works in highway location in highway uh, or at each ongoing work locations for all works, whether major or minor. These shall be provided by contractor and positioned so as not to cause hindrance to movement of vehicular or pedestrian traffic. Signs shall be mounted on study metal frames, be mobile and reusable, and illuminated at night. Project sign boards shall comply with standard details as updated by project design, project drawings, and specifications, and be to approval of engineer. In, in additions, in additions, a contractor shall obtain. Sometime I dislocate from paragraphs. Project sign board shall comply with standard details as updated by project drawings and specifications and shall be to approval of engineer. In addition, contractor shall obtain all necessary approvals from relevant authorities prior to erect. Contractor shall be responsible for structural stability of signboard but submit details of proposals for support to engineer for approval. Contractor shall maintain, move and adopt signboards as required during progress of works and remove them upon, upon completion. Advertising. Photographs. Contractor shall not use photographs or any details of work in connection with contract in any form of publicity or advertisement in any part of world without having first obtaining engineer's approval for its content and context. Name boards and other advertising. Details of further signboards other than as described in clause 12.3.1 or advertisements then that contractor may wish to erect on site shall be to approval by engineer. Provision of Hamad Medical Corporation ambulance smoke station. Ambulance smoke station is a temporary structure. This can be located quickly to whatever location in a rapidly changing infrastructure, which is a vital component of design. It's designed to provide covered parking for up to two ambulances and accommodation for a small crew room for up to four paramedics. Paramedics. Crew needs shelter from summer heat in a safe environment in a prime response location to be ready for emergency calls. Stations are versatile and designed to be completely self-contained. Then stations are versatile and designed to be completely self-contained. It doesn't require to be connected to electricity, water or sewage or require any physical links to service providers. All of its power is provided by solar panels. Cabin can be dismantled. So it doesn't require to be connected to electricity, water, or sewage require any physical link to service providers. All of its power is provided by solar panels. Cabin can be dismantled and moved to another site within 48 hours, enabling Hamad Medical Corporation to relocate these small stations. Station Station does not require any form of building or foundation, just level ground depending on location. Some stations may require minor works for access to and from road. Contractors shall in no way be relieved of responsibility under Qatari law to provide medical care, facilities, insurances, and etc. to workers on site and that Hamad Medical Corporation facility is mainly for purpose of general public so that Hamad Medical Corporation can respond more more quickly to emergency incidents in a rapidly changing infrastructure. Requirements. If instructed by engineer, a contractor shall make provision within or adjacent site facilities for an ambulance smoke station. Contractor is only required. All right, then countries only required to provide the area for facilities. Ambulance spokestation and the vehicles will be provided and installed by Hamad Medical Corporation or any entity or they have gas. Area shall be a minimum of 10 meters by 17 meters. So area shall be minimum of 10 by 17 meter. Area must be leveled as surrounding areas of contractor facilities. Area shall be provided with clear access to road network. Access to ambulance spoke station is required 24 hours daily, 7 days a week. Ambulance vehicle ambulance vehicle access is required to at least one long site. Access for maintenance, water supply, resupply, cleaning, removal of waste, etc. is required to one short slide. Allocated area allocated area shall be approved in writing by engineer and after consultation with Hamad Medical Corporation. So now I'll close this file. First, I'll take setting out tomorrow. This is part 13. I'll take tomorrow. I'll close this one. We'll take to FIDIC. We'll go to FIDIC now. Now it's FIDIC. I'm going to speak about FIDIC now. Small talk of FIDIC. I'll go take this. FIDIC here. Let me put some FIDIC here as well. This is FIDIC here. FIDIC I'm starting is FIDIC Silver continuous. FIDIC Silver. Okay. So here, FIDIC Silver we're talking about now. We have talked about FIDIC Silver yesterday, and you are somewhere on some chapters. I'll see how can we move further from there. Let's go there and see what we did. Yeah. Employer we had gone through. Now we'll talk of contractor. Agreement or determination we're talking about, remember, we're talking about administration and agreement and determination. We talked about this. There were some points we had to clear. We had talked in this that then we talked about employers' representative determination and time limits, and we talked about effects of agreement or determination and also dissatisfaction, the employer's representative determination, and then we said that. We'll talk about meetings, right? What actually we talked of with this about agreement and determination, which are very important part, explained. Agreement and determination, which is very important on part of engineer, on part of employer's representative to decide. Employer and contractor do disputes due to contract ambiguity or due to misinterpretation of contract or due to just because one has to raise some disputes. And I think that's not possibility here because both are responsible. Both are responsible. Employer may not understand something, but employer has an engineer who is independent of employer. Engineer means representative, employer's representative. As far as agreement uh, or determinations are concerned, employer's representative is the engineer. Very fine. Employer's representative is not representative at that time, at time of working on agreement or on determination. Employer's representative is empowered as engineer only. No representation even at that time. No representation. As means their society. Working as an engineer on project is not easy job because you can't be partial. If you're partial, you're disqualified. You have you must have a capability that you are for none. You are for none. That's very important. And it's not only that, it's in silver as well. You can't favor anyone. Yes, you can sit them to agree, that's different. You can sit with them for agreement. But that agreement is not your command if both parties agree. Actually, in line to contract. It's okay. There's nothing. There's no pressure you can see. Because ultimately, payment issues there. Payment has to go to contractors or it has to go from contractor to employer. In reverse case. Here, job of engineer is very complicated. It's same thing as uh, engineer is so responsible that he must have courage to face employers. So, what we say now, should engineer act in mature way or in normal way? You have to decide. It's question of payment. It's a challenge because if it's not accepted by both parties, it can go to DAP. So engineer or part of engineer representative must be very careful while deciding this. And job is to decide. Job is to decide. You have to be neutral, even if you're near responsibilities. So let us say there's a possibility here in this case that says that one must study this we say agreement or determination. This is consultation to reach agreement. There's one part. There's 351. And because this item is 35, this agreement or determination. Consultation is one part. Consult is reach agreement. 352 is employers representatives determination. And then 353 is time limits. After that, 354 is the effect of agreement of determination. Then 355 is dissatisfaction with employers representatives determination, and then it is all over. We have already gone through these talks. We are understanding, should understand because consultation to reach agreement it says that there's dispute, of course, we understand there's a dispute. Consultation to reach agreement is like that. It's first preference rather than entering into further solution. This contractor's representative or equivalent to engineer should respect both parties, call them, listen to them jointly, or want to talk to them separately. We can talk separately to both parties and also in presence of both. Interaction must be done, points must be discussed, clauses must be discussed, explanations be given, whose right is what. Maybe there's some understanding with contractor, or maybe there's some understanding with employer, because ultimately decisions are given by employers representative. There can be technical explanations, there can be specific explanations, or there can be contractual applications, or if required, legal applications, legal responsibilities. I don't think there's any big problem in case if everything is fine. If contract is a professional, employer is a professional, they won't be able to accept engineer's decision. Rare cases are there in that in this field, you know, parties. Engineer is organized, you know. Similarly, contracts are organized. Why should there be disputes out of concern? Now, if engineer is unable to, if this representative is unable to explain to people, these two parties, what's right, what's wrong, there is some deficiency either in contract or in the specification somewhere else. But I don't think contractor would mind is that much rigid. No country shall like to be rigid with such scope. This is this was a case in you know dispute between two and this employers representatives tried his best to having such an agreement reached between two, and he has full right. He has an absolute right to decide, say, even if both parties don't agree. If both parties don't agree, and then he has a right to decide because it's judge of duty. Well, he decides whatever. Every party has a right to issue notice of dissatisfaction, so both can do. Either they know means employers, employers, employers representation determination. Employers representative determines time limit is this 42 days. Notice by 42 days, employers representative shall give notice of agreement. If agreement is reached, achieved, within 42 days or within such other time limit as may be proposed by employers representative and agreed by both parties. Time limit for agreement in these conditions. There are ways means we can run like that. Okay. 42 days time shall or some other time if both parties agree with that. Okay. Then now what? If both parties agree for time limit. Now if matter to be agreed or determined, in case of a matter to be agreed or determined, not a claim, date of commencement of time limit for agreement as stated in applicable clause of these conditions in case of a matter, in case of claim under subparagraph this, date of employer's representative receives a notice from claiming party. Now, this is condition that number one, in case of matter to be agreed or determined, not a claim, date of commencement of time limit for agreement as stated in applicable subclause of these conditions. And in case of a claim under subparagraph C of subclause 51, date employer's representative receives a notice under clause 21, 20 from claiming party, or C, in case of a claim under subparagraph A or B, of subclause 20.1, date employer representative receives a full detailed claim under subclause 20.2.4, fully detailed claim, or in case of a claim under subclause 20.2.6, claims of continued effect, an interim or final full detailed claim as case may be. Now, employer's representative shall give notice to of determination within 42 days or within such other time limit as may be proposed by employer's representative and agreed by both parties. Time limit for determination of these conditions after date correspondence to its obligation to proceed under the last paragraph of subclause 351. Consultation launch strategy. If employer's representative does not give notice of agreement or determination within such period happens in case of a claim, employer's representative shall be deemed to have given a determination rejecting claim. It doesn't happen in 42 days. In case of matter of to be agreed or determined, matter shall be deemed to be dispute, which may be referred to by either party to DAB for its decision under subclause, obtaining DAB's decision without need for NOD because 42 days over. And dissatisfaction is employer's representative determination and subparagraph of subclause 281.41 reference for a dispute to DAB shall not apply. Now, 354 effect of agreement or determination. Each agreement or determination shall be binding on both parties. This is a fact of that means it's not that simple. Each agreement or determination shall be binding on both parties unless and until corrected under subclause. In case of determination, is devised under clause 21 disputes and arbitration. If an agreement of determination concerns payment of an amount from one party to other party, contract shall include such an amount in next to such statement, and employer shall include such amount in next payment under subclause 14 7 interim payments or 1413 final payment, as case may be, that follows that statement. Now, if within 14 days after giving or receiving the employer's representatives notice of agreement or determination, and any other error of typographical or clerical arithmetic nature is found by employer's representative, then shall immediately advise parties accordingly, or by a party, then party shall give notice to other employer's representative stating that it's given under subclause 354 and clearly identifying error. If an employer's representative does not agree there was an error, he shall reject advised parties accordingly. Employer's representative shall within seven days after finding error or after receiving a notice under subparagraph above be above as case may be, give a notice to both parties of corrected agreement or determination. Thereafter, thereafter corrected agreement or determination shall be treated as agreement or determination for purpose of these conditions. Dissatisfaction is 355, dissatisfaction with employer's representative determination. If either party is dissatisfied, either party is dissatisfied, if either party is dissatisfied with the determination of employer's representative, A dissatisfied party may give NOD notice of dissatisfaction to other party with a copy to employer's representative. B. This NOD shall state that its notice of dissatisfaction with as representative's determination and shall set out reasons for dissatisfaction, and this NOD shall be given within 28 days after receiving employer's representative's notice of determination under subclause 352. Employer's representative's determination, or if applies applicable, notice of corrected determination under subclause 354 effect of agreement or determination, or in case of a deemed determination rejecting claims with 28 days within 28 days after time limit for determination under subclause 353, time limits has expired, and thereafter either party may proceed under subclause 21.4 obtaining DAP's decision. If NOD is given by either party, this notice of dissatisfaction is given by either party within the period of 28 days, stated in subparagraph C above, determination of employer's representative shall be deemed to have been accepted by both parties and be final and binding on them if no NOD is given within 28 days. If dissatisfied party is dissatisfied, if dissatisfied party is dissatisfied with only parts of employer's representative determination, this part shall be clearly identified on notice of dissatisfaction. This part shall this part and other part of determination that are affected by such parts or rely on such parts or completeness shall be deemed to be severable from remainder on of determination, and remainder of determination shall become final and binding on both parties as if NOD had not been given. In event of in event that a party fails to comply with agreement of parties, in event of party fails to comply with agreement of parties under the subclause 3.5 or final and binding determination of employer's representative Other party may, without prejudice to whatever some other rights it may have, refer failure itself directly to arbitration under subclause 21(6), in which case first and third paragraphs of subclause 21(7), failure to comply with DAP's decision shall apply to such reference in same manner as these paragraphs apply to a final and binding decision of that. 3 6 meetings. Now, either party may require other party to attend a management meeting to discuss arrangements for future work and oblique all this other matters in connection with execution of works. Employers, other contractors, personnel of legally constituted public authorities and of private utility companies and or subcontractors may attend such meeting, whatever such meeting, if requested by either party. Employer shall keep record of each meeting, each management meeting, and supply copies of records those attending at whatever such meeting any and in record responsibilities for such actions to be taken shall be in accordance with contract. Now we are going to talk about contractor. We are so far talked about this not contractor. Contractor, EPC contractor, which is very important point. It is EPC contractors, not an ordinary one. EPC contractors. Clause 4.1 Contractors' General Obligations. General Obligations. Contractors shall execute works in accordance with contract. Ex- Contractors shall execute works in accordance with contract. Very simple answer, right? But very difficult answer. You have to work according to contract. It's too easy to say contract shall execute works in accordance with contract. When completed, works or selection of major items of plant, if whatever, shall be fit for purposes for which they are intended as defined and described in employer's requirements or where no purposes are so defined and described fit for their ordinary purpose. So first line has attacked all of them. First line looks so simple. If it's a follow-up line, oh my God, what you're talking of? See difference between first line and second line. Contractor shall execute works in accordance with contract. Six, seven words, and it's clear according to the contract. But after that, when completed, works or section or major items, the item of plant, if whatever, shall be fit for purpose. Fit for purpose. Understand? Shall be fit for purpose for which they are intended as defined and described in employer's requirements. Or here no purposes are so defined and described fit for their ordinary purpose. See, in both ways, either it should be suitable for work according to the requirement of employers, or otherwise not mentioned means fit for ordinary purpose. Both are is holding here. To understand that, fit for purposes for which they are intended or ordinary purpose. Both are purposes. Where shall you run away? Nowhere. You will not run away. You cannot run away because this is your responsibility to do job. So what? It is a contract. Yes, it's a contract. Contractor shall provide. Contractor shall provide plant and spare parts, if whatever, and contractor documents specified in employer's requirements, and all contractors' personnel, goods, consumables, and other things and services, whether of a temporary or permanent nature, required to fulfill contractors' obligations under contract. Again, contractors shall provide plant and spare parts if required, and contractors' documents specified in employer's requirement, and all contractors' personnel, goods, consumables, and other things and services, whether of a temporary or of a permanent nature, required to fulfill contractors' obligations under contract. Every paragraph is giving you trouble. Works shall include all works, whatever work which is necessary to satisfy employer's requirement. Work shall include all works, whatever works which being necessary to satisfy employer's requirement and schedules or is implied by contract. Here and here, here and here, and all works which, although not mentioned in contract, are necessary for stability or for completion or safe and proper operation of works. So difficult is contracting job. You can see better consultancy then. See yourself which is better. I repeat, work shall include whatever work which is necessary to satisfy employer's requirement and schedules or is implied by contract, and all works which, although not mentioned in contract, are necessary for stability or for completion or safe and proper operation of works. Contractor shall be responsible. Yes, contractor shall be responsible for adequacy, stability, and safety of all contractors' operations and activities of all methods of construction and of all works. Contractors shall be responsible for adequacy, stability, and safety of all contractors' operations and activities of all methods of construction and of all works. Contractors shall, whenever required by employer, submit details of arrangements and methods which contractor proposes to adopt for execution of works. No significant alteration to these arrangements and methods shall be made without this alteration having been submitted to employer. Repeat. Contractor shall be responsible for adequacy, stability, and safety of all contractors' operations and activities of all methods of construction and of all works. Contractor shall, whenever required by employer, submit details of arrangements and methods which contractor proposes to adopt for execution of works. No significant alteration to these arrangements and methods shall be made without without this alteration having been submitted to employer. I'm getting mad, I think so. No. 4.2, performance security. So this is object to this actual responsibility of contract's obligations. Contract is caught hold here, 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 and here. Run away from him. Can he run away? No. So we go to performance security. It was just a enter is just an entertainment between we go to performance security. Why these people are sending? I don't understand this sending messages. Illiterate people, they send messages and not responding, then they are sending for what I don't know. Performance security. Contractor shall obtain at contractor's cost a performance security to secure contractor's proper performance of contract in amount and currencies stated in contract data. If no amount is stated in contract data, this subclause shall not apply. Oh, some relief. If not mentioned, but it will be mentioned, don't worry. 4 to 1. Contractor's obligations. Again, this is the security. Contractor shall deliver performance security to employer within 28 days. 28 days after both parties have signed contract agreement. 28 days you have to give back to employer security, performance security. Performance security shall be issued by an entity and from within a country or an other jurisdiction to which employer gives its consent and shall be informed annexed to particular conditions or in another form agreed by employer. But such consent and or agreement shall not relieve contractor shall not relieve contractor from whatever obligation. All right, difficult. Performance security shall be issued by an entity and from within a country or other jurisdiction to which employer gives its consent and shall be informed annexed to particular conditions or in another form agreed by employer, but such consent and or agreement shall not relieve contractor from whatever obligation under this subclause. Contractor shall ensure that performance security remains valid and enforceable until issue of performance certificate. And if contractor has complied with subclause 1111 clearance of site if terms of performance securities specify an expiry date and contractor has not become entitled to receive performance criteria certified by date 28th day before expiry date. I repeat, language is complication for common I have understood, but others must understand that's most important here. Contract shall ensure that performance security remains valid and enforceable until issue of performance certificate and contractor Contractor has complied with subclause 11.11, that is clearance of site. If terms of performance security specify an expiry date and contractor has not become entitled to receive performance certificate by date 28 days before expiry date, contractor shall extend validity of this performance security until issue of performance security certificate. And the next continuance has complied with subclause 11.11 clearance of site. Whenever variations and or adjustments under clause 13 variation and adjustments result in an accumulative increase in decrease or decrease in of contract price by more than 25% or 20%. Contractor price stated in contract agreement. This is next is different. It is saying who says whenever variations and adjustments under clause 13 variations and adjustments result in accumulative increase or decrease of contract price by more than 20% of contract price stated in contract agreement. Okay. Now, in case of such an increase at employer's request, now in case of such an increase at employer's request, contractor shall promptly increase the amount of performance security in that currency by a percentage equal to accumulative increase. If contractor incurs cost as a result of employer's request, subclause 13.3.1 variation by instruction shall apply as if increase had been instructed by employer, or in case of such a decrease subject to employer's prior consent, contractor may decrease amount of performance security in that currency by a percentage equal to accumulative decrease. 422 claims under performance security. Claims under performance security. Employer shall Employer shall not make a claim under performance security except for amount to which employer is entitled under contract in event of what? Employer shall not make a claim under performance security except for amounts to which employer is entitled under contract in event of A. uh, Employer shall not make a claim. A failure by contractor to extend validity of performance security as described in this subclause, in which event employer may claim full amount or in case of previous reductions and full remaining amount of performance security. Failure by contractor to pay employer Failure by contractor to pay employer an amount due as agreed or determined under subclause 3.5 agreement or determination, are agreed or decided under clause 21 disputes and arbitration within 42 days after date of agreed or determined or decisions of arbitral award as case may be. Failure by contractor to remedy a default stated failure by contractor to remedy a default stated in notice given under subclause 15(1) notice to correct within 42 days or other time if applies stated in notice. Circumstances which entitle employer to terminate contract under subclause 15.2 termination for contractor's default, irrespective of whether a notice of termination has been given or if under subclause 11.5 remedying of defective work of site, contractor any removes whatever defective or damaged plant from site. Failure by contractor to repair such plant, return it to site, reinstall it and retest it by date of expiry of relevant duration. Stated in contractor's notice or other date agreed by employer. Employer shall indemnify Employer shall indemnify and hold contractor harmless. Employer shall indemnify and hold contractor harmless against and from all damages. Employer shall indemnify and hold contractor harmless against any against and from all damages, losses and expenses, included legal fees and expenses resulting from a claim under performance security to extent that employer was not entitled to make claim. Whatever amount which is received by employer under performance security shall be taken into account. In final payment to contractor under subclause 1413, final payment or if contract is terminated in payment due to contractor under subclause 15.4, payment after termination for contractor's default, subclause 15.7, payment after termination for employer's convenience, subclause is 16.4, payment after termination by contractor, subclause 18.5, optional termination or subclause 18.6, release from performance under law as case may be. Return of performance security. Employer, this 423, employer shall return performance security to contractor. A. Within 21 days after issue of performance certificate and contractor has complied with subclause 11.11 clearance of site, or B. Promptly after date of termination if contract is terminated in accordance with subclause 15.5, termination for employers conventional, subclause 16.2, convenience. Employers convenience, termination of employers convenience, subclause 16.2, termination by Termination by contract subclause 18.5. Promptly after date of termination of contract is terminated in accordance with subclause 15.5, termination of employer's convenience, subclause 16.2, termination by contractors, subclause 18.5, optional termination, or subclause 18.6, release from performance under law. What do you think about this? Performance security, not a joke. Performance security is a binding document. Previously, before contract was granted, it was tender bond or tender security or bid security binding bid. That was for purpose that you don't run away from bid. You have to do it if it's awarded. And now you don't run away from project because it was awarded to you. You have to do it. You don't perform, this money we can confiscate. That is performance security. Very, very binding terms on contract. To be very frank, it's control, it's financial control on contract. So what we learned in this fact. Now contractors representative, I will just speak something about this because we cannot take a poll. It's clause number 4.3. That is contractors representative as we discussed with employers representative. It's now contractors representative. Contractors representative. Contractor shall appoint contractors representative and shall give it all authority necessary to act on contractor's behalf under contract except to replace contractor's representative. Same as it was before. Contractor's representative shall be a qualified, experienced and competent in main engineering discipline, applicable to works and fluent in language for communications defined in subclass 1 for law and language. Contractor shall appoint contracts representative, contractor shall appoint contractors representative and shall give it all authority necessary to act on contractor's behalf under contract except to replace contractor's representative. Contractor's representative shall be qualified, experienced and competent in main engineering disciplines applicable to works and fluent in language for communications defined in subclass 1 for law and languages. Unless contractor's representative is named in contract or bid documents, contractor shall, before commencement date, Submit to employer for consent, name and particulars of person contractor proposes to appoint as contractor's representative. If consent is withheld, then we go further. Let us say again, unless contractor's representative is named in contract, contractor shall, before commencement of date, submit to employer for consent, name and particulars of person contractor proposes to appoint as contractor's representative. If consent is withheld or subsequently revoked, or if appointed person fails to act as contractor's representative, contractor shall similarly submit name and particulars of another suitable and the suitable replacement. Let's go further. Now, it says if consent is withheld or subsequently revoked, if appointed person fails to act as contractor's representative, contractor shall similarly submit name and particulars of another suitable replacement for such appointment. If employer does not respond within 28 days, if employer does not respond within 28 days after receiving this submission by giving a notice to contractor objecting to proposed person or replacement, employer shall save. Now, if employers, okay, now contractors shall not withhold, contractors shall not without employer's prior consent revoke appointment of contractor's representative or appoint a replacement unless contractor's representative is unable to act as a result of death, illness, disability, or resignation, in which case its appointment shall be deemed to have been revoked with immediate effect, and appointment of a replacement shall be treated as a temporary one until employee gives its consent to this replacement or another replacement is appointed under this subclause. Unless otherwise agreed by employer, whole time of contractor's representative shall be given to directing contractor's performance of contract. Contractor's representative shall act for and on behalf of contractor at all times during performance of contract, including issuing and receiving all notices and other communications under subclause 1.3, notices and other communications, and for receiving instructions under subclause 3.4 instructions. Unless otherwise agreed by employer, contractor's representative shall be based at site for whole time that works are being executed at site. If contractor's representative is to be temporarily absent from site during execution of works, a suitable replacement shall be temporarily appointed subject to employer's prior consent. Contractor's representative may delegate any power, functions, and authority except except a authority to issue and receive notices and other communications under subclause 1.3, notices and other communications, and b authority to receive instructions under subclause 3.4, instructions to any suitable competent and experienced person, and may at any time revoke delegation. Delegation or revocation shall not take effect until the employer has received a notice from contractor's representative naming person, specifying powers, functions, and authority being delegated as. Very important point. Hmm. All these persons shall be fluent in language for communication defined, says to any suitable, competent, and experienced person, and may at any time revoke delegation. Whatever delegation or revocation shall not take effect until employer has received a notice from contractor's representative naming person specifying powers, functions, and authority being delegated or revoked and stating timing of delegation or revocation. All these persons shall be fluent in language for communication defined in subclass 1 for line language, and next one is 4 for subcontractors. Subcontractors. Contractors representative we have gone through. Contractors representative for EPC, not an ordinary designation, just like contractor representative for Red Book of construction is also not ordinary. These are very high positions. You can say representing positions in construction contract. It's equivalent to resident engineer or sometimes higher. But minimum is resident engineer. Same thing in EPC. It's given title of contractors representative, which includes resident engineer as well, agency as well, means is contractor's agent, including all aspects of project. EPC is responsible for designs, responsible for procurement, responsible for construction, and responsible for all resources, whatever human resources, material resources, equipment resources, subcontractors and subcontract similar resources, vendors and vendor similar resources, external agencies, government bodies, statutory bodies, local bodies, public, and all other issues related to safety, health, environment, and ergonomics, related to quality requirements, related to planning, related to quantification, related to your investigations, related to your material testing, related to site work and off-site work, and related to whatever you can say, you can think of EPCs related to installations of equipment, related to procurement of equipment, vessels, related to all structural work, related to all other engineers work and whatever has come in that. It's not an ordinary one. It's not an ordinary one, but a vast one because we have to discuss subcontractors after this. We have to discuss nominated subcontractors after this, and we have to discuss cooperation, and we have to discuss setting out etc. That's all been followed. So we can say that we got a knowledge hand about EPC representations, employers representation, and contractors representation. Both representations are difficult positions, though contractors representation is very difficult because it is, you know, it is something you can't take for granted. It is something that has to deal with everything. It is something that it's responsibility because it covers scope of work from feed, even if not it's use actual feed, and it goes designs, designs details, then machines, means designs of all disciplines, equipment, soil, civil works, mechanical works, electrical works, electronics work, structural works, still the structure, and buildings, because whatever sort of buildings, there could be process area buildings, there could be blast buildings, blast resistant building, blast resilient buildings, non blast buildings. There could be electrical buildings like substations. There could be off-sites utilities. There could be underground utilities. There could be administration area. There could be, amenities. There could be storing area, layout areas. There could be, linked to seas, unlimited work could be there, because EPC applies to all major projects, which actually force both, particularly EPC contractors, to take an absolute and total responsibility of project under construction until procurement of equipments and machines, installation of machines, and commissioning of machines, the pre-commissioning and commissioning, and then post installation checks, and then maintenance of machines, maintenance of plants, and so many services are involved. The ordinary person, ordinary organization, and even here, ordinary organization, if I is poor, so I is say, that's why one has to be very smart while dealing with EPC. We cannot employ a fresh on that. We can employ a person who is technical, who is a professional, who is a qualified engineer, who is a professional engineer, who knows professional capabilities, who knows technical writings, who knows contracts, who knows implication of contracts, who knows arbitration procedures, who knows the drawings, coordination of drawings, queries, technical queries, inquiries, who knows valuation, who knows claims, what else? Who knows complete scope to supervise, to administer, who knows what is required, what's not required, who can even, to say not instruct, who can even suggest to, recommend to, direct to employers representative in a professional capacity, not powerful capacity. There would be hundreds of meetings, all technical, non-technical, safety, quality, planning, and many, many more. There should be a person who can coordinate all at management level. This party management, that party management, and then further management at that management level. Who can coordinate with all many engineers working there? Who can coordinate with all many non-engineers working there? Who can look after into problems of workers? Who can look after into problems of multinationals? Who can solve all such problems? Who can write precise, who can speak explanatory, who can understand when to write, what to write. He should understand what others don't understand. Very important position for APC. That's not clever point. Well, I would like to close it now because it's already too late. I'll take up tomorrow. Thank you very much. I'd like to close it now because and it's late, already too late, and it's not useful to pull it further.